Good morning, everyone. We'll begin here at 9 a.m. in a couple minutes. And just a reminder, the YouTube live stream is running, but you are able to test microphones and cameras now if you wish to.
Good morning, Mr. Rossi. I'm checking my microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Verhul.
Nice to see you. All right. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, there is a delay.
I hear your voice.
My IT folks are checking the delay on the YouTube.
It's a few seconds, yes.
It's more than a few seconds, but okay.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks. Yep.
Good morning, everyone, and a lovely day to be indoors.
Good morning, Mr. Harmon. Yes, don't go outside and breathe the air today.
I was going to cook dinner and just leave my meat hanging outside. It'll get a nice pinon flavor.
It'll be smoked.
Good morning. Testing, testing.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's 8:59, so I guess I can start the before we go on the record things. Before we go on the record, I'd like to cover a couple of housekeeping matters. We'll take one break this morning, a full lunch, and at least one break this afternoon. Counsel and witnesses are expected to have their cameras on. The witnesses not currently testifying should be watching on YouTube. The YouTube live stream is currently going, so although as noted earlier, it does have a delay, but it is currently live streaming. Of course, in Zoom, you have the ability to raise your hand. It's now it's a hand. It's now the hand button at the bottom center. Are there any questions or announces that before we go on the record? Anything that doesn't need to be on record?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I've indicated that I reserved some cross-examination for a couple witnesses. I think I was the only one that reserved time, and unless I didn't get their emails, and I will not be needing that time today.
Are you announcing you don't need any cross or the blanket 10 minutes for every other witness that you didn't list?
I am gonna withdraw for the two witnesses I listed, and I could just leave my 10. I don't have to withdraw that. But Mr. Verheel has agreed to allow me to have my questions answered offline, so that would be easiest for everybody. So
Okay,
thank you for that.
no problem. Thank you.
I'll add there, and that was a little bit with the timing of your entry into the case and some of the service lists that were going out, that there has been some time reserved by the Water Utility Authority as well. So,
Well, if there's no other further announcements,
Yeah, Mr. Hearing Examiner, no one reserved time for one of my witnesses in particular, Mr. Babe, and he is home ill, but he is available to testify. But since no one reserved any time for him, if neither you nor Mr. Gedko have any questions for him, I'd like to be able to tell him to just go and rest if possible.
Mr. Gedko, I'll defer that one to you as I think you had questions.
I do have just a few questions for Mr. Babbage. Boy, I'm sorry to hear that he's not doing well. I definitely don't see that I'd be keeping him long. And if it helps to arrange orders of presentation so that, he is most comfortable, please let us know.
I will, thank you, and he will be available, sir.
Thank you.
Any other, before we go on the record announcements? Seeing none. Ms. Gonzalez, are you ready to go on the record?
I am.
Let's go on the record. The time is 9:03. This matter before the public hearing, or New Mexico Public Hearing Regulation Commission will come to order. This case has been docketed as docket number 26000069. It's in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's second annual grid modernization review filing pursuant to the commission's final order. My name is Nicholas Rossi, and also we have Kevin Gedko. We are the hearing examiners who are assigned in this matter, and we will ultimately be providing a recommended decision to the commission. This is the time and place set for the evidentiary hearing in this matter. Notice was given by PNM as confirmed in the company's filing of the affidavit of publication that was filed on May 15th, 2026, signed by Laura Maestas, and that confirms publication and the web posting. This hearing today is being described by our court reporter, Melissa Gonzalez, and she will be managing the transcript for this proceeding. If any parties have questions to that, I would direct them to Ms. Gonzalez and her team for answers. This hearing is also being live streamed for the public on YouTube, and it's also for our witnesses. The link is available on the NMPRC website. Any witnesses should follow on the hearing on YouTube until it's time for their testimony, at which point we'll admit them into Zoom. I would like to start with entries of appearance. The order we'll be going through during this hearing will be PNM staff, NMDOJ, CCAE, City of Albuquerque, and the Albuquerque Bernalillo Water Utility Authority. So let's start with PNM.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and colleagues. John Verhule on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Thank you. Staff?
Good morning, hearing examiners, PNM interveners. My name is Ryan Friedman. I'm representing staff, and I'm here with my co-counsel. I'll let her introduce herself.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiners. Patricia Estrella of Magnifico on behalf of staff.
Thank you. CCAE?
Good morning, all. Stephanie Zur on behalf of Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
City of Albuquerque?
Good morning, hearing examiners. This is Leanne Laveris on behalf of the City of Albuquerque.
Thank you. Albuquerque Bernalillo Water Utility Authority.
Good morning, hearing examiners, colleagues. Keith Herman on behalf of the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority.
Thank you, everyone. I'll note for the record, there were no individuals or entities who signed up for public comment this morning. I'll also note that the four interveners did not file testimony and are not presenting witnesses today. As intervening parties, they have the right to cross-examine the other witnesses. NMDOJ, did I accidentally skip you?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mark Hayden on behalf of the New Mexico Department of Justice.
My apologies for skipping you. Thank you for raising your hand. And
Maybe
you
that's a
should
good
have gone after.
opportunity for all of us to congratulate Mr. Rossi on his new position, and he's running his first hearing today. So,
Thank you very much. And NMDOJ should have gone after staff. Sorry about that. We will take a morning break, a longer lunch break, and at least one break this afternoon. Are there any other preliminary matters from the parties that we should address before we go ahead and get started with the evidentiary portion this morning?
Mr. Examiner,
Mr. Herman.
thank you. I will just request occasional absences. If I'm not present, I'll just turn my camera off and I'll wave any cross and understand I'll be bound by any determination made by you in my absence.
Thank you for letting us know. It's not a problem. And of course, as you noted, if anytime you're not available, you're waving your cross at that time. Thank you. As indicated at the pre-hearing held earlier this week, the order of presentation of witnesses, cross-examination will be PNM staff, NMDOJ, CCAE, City of Albuquerque, and the water utility. PNM, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Jason Jones. Mr. Jones is there. He's available if the court reporter wants to swear him in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. Do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 3? That's your direct testimony?
I do have it.
Okay. Would you please state your name and your job title?
Yes, Jason Jones. I'm the Executive Director of Operational Technologies and PNM Capital Management.
Okay. You've told me you have PNM Exhibit number 3 before you, and this is your direct testimony. Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 3, the direct testimony of Jason Jones.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, it is admitted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Before I continue, PNM put both its application and the customer notice in Dropbox as exhibits. Some hearing examiners want those admitted at hearings, some don't. If you would like them admitted, I will do so through Mr. Jones.
I think we would like them admitted. And
Okay.
yes, Mr. Jones seems reasonable. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 1?
I do.
And this is PNM's application in this matter?
Yes.
And are you generally aware of how this was prepared?
I am.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 1, PNM's application.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, PNM's exhibit number 1 is admitted.
And Mr. Jones, do you have with you PNM Exhibit number 2? This is the customer notice that was published.
Yes, I do.
And are you generally aware of the contents of this notice?
I am.
And is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Any additions or corrections to it?
No.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 2, the customer notice in this matter.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, PNM exhibit number 2 is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no more exhibits for this witness, so I offer him for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Staff has waived cross. NMDOJ has waived cross. CCAE, did you have questions for this witness? Hearing none. And ABC WUA, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Keith Herman. I'm an attorney with the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. I don't think we've met, correct?
I have not met you. Good morning.
Is this your first testimony?
It is not, but
Okay.
it's good to meet you. Still the same. So,
Well, welcome, or it's nice to meet you. Could I direct you to your direct testimony, Exhibit JEJ 2A?
yes,
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Now, looking at the total O&M costs compared, or could you describe this exhibit and what the different columns are?
Sure. This is the total grid modernization forecast comparison. There's capital clearings with variances depending on the year, and then a row of O&M variances going by year.
Now, in the variance B column, you're showing an increased cost of 3.81 million, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr.
What
Herman.
is the reason for that?
Mr. Herman, would you like to share this so we can all follow along?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful.
I believe this is it. Okay.
And sorry for interrupting, but please continue. And
No,
you should be able to
can
see
we
it.
all see that now?
Yes.
And for the record, I'll note that the highlights in the total O&M column are mine. So I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I was asking about the increase of 3.81 million in variance B.
Yes, so O&M, speaking generally, O&M increased because compared to when we filed, after meeting with other utilities, it was determined that we needed to perform repairs for meters during the change out. There's been other various, minor changes up and down in O&M that other witnesses can speak in more detail to. But the major driver for an the O&M increase has to do with the AMI meter change outs, repairs.
So work in the field,
Yes.
and that's because costs were more expensive than expected.
In this case, there's an option. When we met with El Paso Electric and SPS, and to keep continuity of the program, it was determined to have on-site electricians to help emergent repairs. That wasn't scoped in the original filing, but after meeting with the other utilities, it seemed most prudent to do that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you mean by continuity of the program?
When the field crews go out, Mr. Hawkins can speak more directly to this, but when the field crews go out and if they pull a meter from the socket and there's damage to the meter, it's more prudent to do the repair right then than to put everything on hold and wait for an electrician to come and repair it. Mr. Hawkins has more details for sure.
Okay, but when you say continuity of the program, you mean PNM's program, not a combined program between PNM, SPS, and EPE?
Yeah, PNM's meter replacement. Yeah, the AMI program, sorry.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Next I want to move to JB2. And I've got another number highlighted there.
Okay, I'm there.
We're seeing another increase of 15.61 million in the 2549 forecast. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Is that a similar increase to the O&M increase we just discussed?
I believe that's the total program increase, and so there's multiple work streams and a few of the works. I would say the bulk of the increase of that cost came in the form of capital in the ADMS work stream. So, and Jordan Ludy can speak to that more clearly, but there was scope that was pulled forward due to discovery we had in our around that program. So, so later your scope was brought forward, and that's and then there was also having trouble finding my words here, Mr. Herman. There's also an increase in the scope of that project too. So ADMS is one of the main drivers there, and then the AMI was the other one, another main driver that we already just spoke to.
And could you define AMI for the record?
Advanced meter infrastructure.
Thank you. Is PNM seeking approval of these additional costs in this docket?
No. This is the informational filing. So.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mr. Examiner, though I might want to request to move some of my additional time or my leftover time to Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Ludy as questions were deferred.
Thank you. I don't think we'll need to impose time constraints that carefully. But noted, thank you.
I don't believe I requested cross for them initially.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vihil, well, actually first, before I move on, did anyone else request cross time that I may have accidentally overlooked? Hearing none. Mr. Vihil, redirect.
I just have a couple questions on redirect, Mr. Rossi. Thank you. Mr. Jones, you mentioned speaking with El Paso Electric and SPS, and Mr. Herman asked if there was some form of joint project with them. Could you simply clarify the reason that PNM conferred with EPE and SPS for the purposes of its AMI meter rollout?
Yes, PNM has never taken this type of program, has never rolled out AMI program before, and both of those utilities have. So we consulted with them.
Thank you. Experience. Great, thank you. The other question I have is, Mr. Herman asked if you were seeking approval of year 3 costs, and you answered no. But just to clarify, PNM is seeking a presumption of reasonableness be attached to those costs in this proceeding.
Yes, that is true.
No further questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Vihil. Mr. Gedko, did you have any questions for this witness?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Jones. I believe my questions are better directed to other individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any questions for you, Mr. Jones. Thank you for being available here this morning.
Thank you.
You are released. Thank you. PNM, you may call your next witness.
PNM calls Jonathan Hawkins. And as you're probably aware, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we have one witness room here, and so we have the one witness walk over from a conference room, so he'll be just a minute.
Do you need a moment or do you need 5
No,
minutes?
we
or
don't need a
just
moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that's why there's a bit of a delay.
Yeah, no problem.
And there he is.
You may proceed. Thank you. I see him.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Please state your name and job title.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Hawkins, and I am the Associate Director of Grid Modernization.
And do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 4?
Yes, I do.
And this is your direct testimony, is that right?
That is correct.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, there are not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Hearing examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 4, the direct testimony of Jonathan Hawkins.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit number 4 is admitted.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 5? This is confidential exhibit PNM JCH 10.
Yes, I do.
And this is a contract with a vendor for meters. Are you generally aware of the contents of this exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Any additions or corrections to it?
No, there are not.
Move to admit PNM Exhibit number 5, confidential exhibit, PNM Exhibit JCH 10.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit number 5 is admitted.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 6? This is the direct testimony of Eric Morgan.
Yes, I do.
And this is, well, I said, this is the direct testimony of Eric Morgan. This was not prepared by you or under your supervision, was it?
No, it was not.
You've adopted it, but you are generally aware of the contents of it.
Yes, I am.
And it is a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, they're not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Move to admit PNM Exhibit number 6, the direct testimony of Eric Morgan.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, and I will note for the record, PNM moved in a motion to adopt this testimony. The PNM Exhibit number 6 is admitted.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 7? This is your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
Yes, there are.
Could you direct us to the page and what the correction has been?
Yes, on page 5, line 12, it says PNM has estimated approximately 2% of meters. The 2% is incorrect. It is 1% of meters.
And that's
then
a
the
meter.
second correction
Sorry.
would be on, I apologize, sorry. On line 14, where it says, and scenarios for approximately 12,000, that should state, with the change, it should state, timelines and scenarios for approximately 6,000.
And this is the meter repair rate, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Other than the correction you just made, Mr. Hawkins, if I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 7, the corrected rebuttal testimony of Jonathan Hawkins.
Are there any objections?
Just a clarifying question, Mr. Examiner.
Go ahead,
Are
Mr.
those
Herman.
corrections noted in the testimony?
That was filed as an exhibit?
Filed as, is it Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Are they redlined? I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing those.
I do not know if they were redlined, sir. I believe the exhibit that was uploaded has been labeled corrected.
Okay.
I'm
I could actually
reviewing
probably
on.
clarify. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner Rossi. I had the document pulled up. They aren't highlighted, they aren't red, but they are already corrected within the document, which is labeled as corrected version number 1.
Okay, thank you. No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Gedko. That's basically what I was about to say. Hearing no objection, the PNM Exhibit number 7, rebuttal testimony of Hawkins, the corrected version number 1, is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And Mr. Hawkins, finally, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 8? This is your supplemental testimony.
Yes, I do.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, they're not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 8, the supplemental testimony of Jonathan Hawkins.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the PNM Exhibit number 8, supplemental testimony of Hawkins, is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Verheul. On my cross-examination sheet, it looks like CCAE. You are likely the first.
Ms. Zur, I believe you've indicated that you've waived cross, but Hearing Examiner Rossi has asked you if you have any cross based on preparation prior to the hearing. Do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Hawkins?
No, I don't. Thank you. I think that was the witness that I had left reserved time for, and that I don't need that time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Getko, for clarifying. And I believe we are to the Water Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Jones was kind enough to defer a couple of questions for you. Were you listening to that?
Yes, I was. Thanks. Good morning,
And
Mr. Herman. How you doing?
you're doing well, and I apologize if I misspeak at any time, but there's a El Paso Electric witness named David Hawkins, I believe. There's no relation there, is there?
No, there's not. No, there's not. Well, at least not that I know of.
Can I direct you to your direct testimony at page 2?
Yes.
Between lines 19 and 21, you state the overall capital costs of the AMI program had increased by approximately 9.05 million in docket 2549.
Yes, that is correct.
And above that, you describe a number of factors that led to the overall increase.
Yes, that's correct.
And some costs have gone up and some costs have gone down.
That is correct.
And I can share my screen again. Um, Going back to Exhibit JEJ 2A. And you should be seeing that now.
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you.
So the costs I've highlighted were just O&M, the increases, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is that, just so we're comparing apples to apples, that 9.8 or 9.05 million, excuse me, increase, is that 3.81 increase a dollar for dollar contributor to that, or would that be an incorrect statement?
It looks like you're comparing the 3.81 O&M to the 9.05 capital, so no, it would not be.
Okay, could you explain that a little bit more?
What you've highlighted on the screen is an O&M cost, which is 3.81 increase. And what is in the testimony on page 2 says the overall capital costs of the AMI program have increased by approximately 9.05. And I will note that that's from that was what was filed in 2025 in 250049 00049 as compared to what was originally filed in the original case in 2022.
Okay, thank you. But just because of that, I'm going to stop sharing now and go back to your testimony. Above, you do mention an increase in O&M costs, correct?
Uh,
I'm thinking that lines 9 and 10
on page 4.
on page 2 of your direct.
On page 2, again, lines 9 and 10 are talking about an increase in cost or provided. Those, I believe, are also capital costs. If I'm reading the lines you're citing correctly.
Well, let me rephrase. You identify in response to the question starting at line 3, have there been any changes to the capital costs? You identify several factors, correct?
Yes.
Have any of those individual factors greatly outweighed any of the others in your calculation of that $9.05 million?
For the $9.05 million, again, that was submitted in last year's filing. The bulk of that cost was moving software costs from O&M into capital.
So it's at page 4 of is it your rebuttal testimony? Oh, no, your direct, excuse me. I'm still in your direct. Where you do talk about the added costs for the O&M, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Bear with me a moment. I'm just comparing my notes and trying to get to what I had asked that resulted in Mr. Jones deferring to you. Could you tell me what is included in the O&M, the operations and maintenance?
In general, I don't have the full breakdown here, but in general, the O&M costs would be things like software maintenance. It would be there would be some labor in there, and then in this filing, we have also added the increase that I think you're probably referring to, which is the additional O&M cost for third-party electricians.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that is for meter repairs. Sorry, meter socket repairs.
And that's the meter on an individual's house or building?
Yes, that's correct. That's the equipment that we plug our meter into. So that is the socket itself.
And the increases for that are specifically electrical equipment, correct?
That is correct.
And PNM isn't going to be doing any stucco repairs or anything?
No.
Okay. Just one question, because Mr. Virtul noted on redirect that PNM is seeking a presumption of reasonableness for these increased costs. Did you recall that?
Yes, I do.
At what point would and a cost overrun would PNM, well, let me rephrase that. Is there a point where cost overruns would change the presumption of reasonableness from the original approval in this case?
No, I don't believe so.
Because we had an original budget approved, I believe, from looking at JEB, JEJ 2B, as in number 2, letter B as in Bravo. The initial 2258 forecast was 410 million and some change. And the current forecast is 441 million. So my question, I'll rephrase it, is compared to a baseline, is there any presupposed limit on increases that could occur during any project's timeline where a project might be deemed unreasonable?
That's part of the purpose of these annual filings is we're able to revisit this on a very frequent basis, basically annually, and revise those estimates and make any changes or recommendations, and those then would be before the commission to make decisions on the presumption of reasonableness.
In any of your testimony, did you provide any uh, testimony related to the benefits of the AMI program?
I did not.
Do you know if any other PNM witness did?
I do not believe so in this filing.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. One announcement, we have someone who has a likely Teams notification occasionally going off. So it was from someone who was not muted, not muted during that interaction. Please do try to mute those. Thank you very much. And that comes to the end of our list of cross-examination questions. Mr. Verhule, do you have redirect?
Not from Mr. Hawkins, thank you.
Mr. Gedko?
Yes, I have a few questions, both with respect to your testimony, Mr. Hawkins, and also the testimony that you adopted from Mr. Morgan. So the first place I have listed is page 4, line 22 of Mr. Morgan's direct testimony.
You said page 4, line 22?
That's correct. And we'll go over to page 5, but what you address there between page 4, line 22 and page 5, line 4 is the projected cost increase to O&M, to operations and maintenance related to addressing customer-owned metering equipment. And what I have noted is that the initial estimated additional cost is $7.77 million, and that PNM issued an RFP for firm pricing in March 2026 and will select a vendor no later than May 2026. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Given those timelines that were provided, has PNM selected a vendor?
Yes, we have.
And do you have a firm price to update the record from that estimate of 7.77 million?
We do have their quote. The work, depending on the complexity, obviously would be it can vary depending on what exactly is wrong with the socket. So maybe something simple like tightening up the jaws might be a less expensive, whereas replacing the entire meter enclosure would be a little more expensive. But yes, we do have a quote from those vendors.
Okay, and so given that you initially gave a full estimate, not that wasn't dependent upon the variability in each socket repair, are you able to say whether the final contract is as a bulk estimate of now a firm contract, lower or higher than the 7.77 million?
The estimate is still 7.77 million. Obviously, we will not know what exactly is wrong with the individual service until we get there. So the estimated costs will be estimates until we actually can go out and do the work as we find that throughout the program. So as of right now, we have no changes to the estimate.
Okay. And will there be oversight, given that it's a contractor, to make sure that there's accuracy to what the contractor reports?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. In your can I turn you to your supplemental testimony now?
Yes.
And on page 1, line 21 through page 2, line 8, you provide the supplemental testimony regarding the funding that PNM applied for as part of the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnerships. And my understanding of your testimony is that your PNM is now in a process to reestablish that grant. Is that a fair summarization of the purpose of your supplemental testimony there?
That is correct.
Do you have any sense of the timeline for the reapplication process that you describe?
So we recently had a meeting with the Department of Energy 2 or 3 weeks ago now, where we discussed that timeline. What we've been told is we should not expect anything until the new fiscal year for the federal government, so which would effectively be Q4 for PNM. So it'll be sometime in the late fall before we are actually we complete that negotiation, and maybe late fall to first quarter of next year before we'd be able to start working with that funding.
Late fall of 2026?
2026, yes, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Late fall of 2026, you might be able to
That's correct.
start to apply
Yeah,
that
it's
funding?
still subject to the negotiations with the Department of Energy, yes.
Okay, so there's a chance that any funding that PNM receives might appear in the reconciliation that filing that PNM will file in early 2027?
That would be correct.
Okay. And one thing I noticed in reading through the testimonies and application is that the original DOE grant was tied to two particular aspects of the grid modernization program. Let me find that here really quickly. It was tied to the outage management system, OMS, and the supervisory control and data acquisition system. And I also gained an understanding that the OMS and the SCADA, SCADA for our court reporter, are part of an integrated software suite. Is that a correct understanding?
That is correct.
And so I was just, given the reapplication process, are you reapplying just for those two pieces within the integrated suite? Or is the application process open to a broader application of the entire integrated suite of software?
Could you clarify the question? The application process, to what are you referring to?
The reapplication with DOE for approval of the funding.
Yeah, so the DOE project included multiple technologies. That was one piece of it. And so that's part of what we're doing right now is we're going back to the Department of Energy and effectively relooking at the bits and pieces of the project and the budget for the project. As you can so probably appreciate, we applied for that in 2024. And so now things have moved along a little bit. And so we're working with them right now on resolidifying that budget.
Okay.
OMS and SCADA are portions of that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my curiosity then was, I suppose, was there a reason that the original grant was tied to those two particular elements of the broader suite?
Both of those are part of the overall concept that went into the Department of Energy project. And so it was just pieces of that project that that we put into the application.
Okay. And are you maximizing the pieces of the project that you're able to put into the reapplication?
We will attempt to.
Great. Okay. Let me just scroll through and make sure those are all of the questions that I had for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getko.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Gedko. I do not have any questions for you. Mr. Verheul, do you have any redirect based on Mr. Gedko's questions?
I have none, thank you.
Do any of the interveners have recross based on Mr. Gedko's questions? If so, just please raise a hand. Seeing none, thank you very much for your time here, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi.
PNM, you may call your next witness, and I guess it's a little too early for a break. Do you agree, Ms. Gonzalez? Okay. PNM, you may call your next witness.
PNM calls Dr. Heidi Pitts. And there she is.
Raise your right hand, ma'am, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Pitts. Mr. Verheul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Pitts. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Heidi Pitts, and I'm a principal pricing analyst for PNM.
And do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 12? This is your direct testimony.
Yes, I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 12, the direct testimony of Heidi Pitts.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the PNM Exhibit number 12 direct testimony of Dr. Pitts is admitted.
Dr. Pitts, do you have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 13? This is your supplemental testimony.
Yes, I do.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 13, the supplemental testimony of Heidi Pitts.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit number 13 is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Verheul. CCAE, I believe you had questions, although you may have withdrawn that, for Dr. Pitts.
Yeah, thank you, hearing examiner, for the opportunity, but I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Water Utility Authority, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Beyond thanking Ms. Pitts for her testimony and attendance, I have no other questions. It's good to see you, Dr. Pitts, excuse me.
Nice to see you, Mr. Herman.
Thank you. Mr. Getka. You are muted.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Rossi. I do have a few questions for Dr. Pitts. Good morning, Dr. Pitts.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Let me scroll down here. So on page 15 of your direct testimony, on lines 11 through 15, you describe I'll let you get there, sorry.
Yes, you said page 15?
Yeah.
I'm there.
You describe the next iteration of the time of day pilot to include super off-peak, a super off-peak period from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday year-round. I was curious,
Yes,
I'm curious, currently off-peak includes the weekends, correct?
yes.
Is there a consideration for super off-peak to be used on the weekends? I'm curious if that's been part of the analysis through through your work as well as the PRAC, P-R-A-C. Can you tell us what that acronym stands for again, please?
The PRAC stands for Pricing Advisory Committee.
Pricing Advisory Committee. Yeah, so there's my question most simply is I was just when I was reviewing it, it was a curiosity to me of whether super off peak would provide more opportunities and was it if it was presented on the weekend and what the analysis has been with respect to that.
No, we haven't done analysis such as you described, looking at the super off peak for weekends. What we're looking to accomplish with including it in the residential TOD pilot in the next rate case is to bring the rate design structure of the residential pilot in line with the residential or with the TOD structure for the commercial classes, which all have the super off peak from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday year round.
And so with residential as compared to commercial, am I correct to think that some residents and individuals that might have jobs that align with kind of that 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. period could run into difficulty taking advantage of time of day rates during the week if they don't work from home? Is that something that inhibits their ability to take advantage of off-peak daytime weekday rates, whether they be super off-peak or regular off-peak?
I think there's the element that to take advantage of daytime off-peak rates, whether they be super off or off, it helps to have appliances, say like air conditioning, that can be programmed where it can switch off or the level of air conditioning can change around the time of on-peak hours, things like that. So yeah, it is probably more difficult for someone who is not in the house and doesn't have any of those kind of appliances during the day to take advantage of the daytime lower rates, whether it's super off or off peak.
Do you think there would be any value in considering super off peak for the weekends during the PRAC process or your development of the next iteration of the TOD pilot that's going to be presented in your next rate case?
I think, well, for one thing, it hasn't come up at all in the PRAC. When we have discussed the modifications to the residential time of day pilot in the next rate case, that issue wasn't raised by any of the stakeholders or the participants. The other thing to consider is that if the super off-peak hours encompass even more hours, all 24 hours of the weekend, then to recover the revenue requirement for the residential time of day class, the on-peak rate would probably have to be much higher because there would be less revenue coming in for the super off-peak hours. And so there's that trade-off, right, between making the on-peak hours during the 5 to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday when people are home, they've come home from work, they're preparing dinner. We don't want to make it so punishing that it is not possible at all for them to shift away, and they just don't have the opportunity to shift away, and the rates are too high to be helpful. So there's that trade-off as well. Currently, the on-peak to off-peak ratio is 4-to-1. So in the summer, the on-peak hour energy rate is 4 times higher than the off-peak energy rate. But once we introduce the super off-peak, those ratios, they don't change. It's still, for the commercial classes in the summer, it's still 4-to-1 for the on-peak to super off-peak. But you have to look at how many determinants are in each bucket, if you will. And then, the on-peak would have to offset the super off-peak. And so there's a trade-off.
And so one way to look at that is that if you extend the super off-peak period into the weekends, you would need to what I understood you to say is you would need to increase the on-peak rate in order to meet revenue requirements, essentially.
Well, we'd have to look at that, sir. That would
Would
be
another
certainly
option be to have the super off-peak, I'm sorry, be not quite a 1 as compared to the 4, but like a 2 to the 4, and look at that the super off-peak isn't so low, and therefore you don't have to go so high with the on-peak, and that might create some malleability where you could have options to create more periods in which an 8 to 5 worker that works out of the home and doesn't have access to the latest and greatest technology appliances might have more options. Or am I crazy to think like that?
No, not at all. The on-peak to off-peak to super off-peak ratios are certainly something that is up for analysis. When we proposed the pilot, we chose the summer on-peak to off-peak ratios to be 4-to-1. And then for the commercial classes, it is 4-to-1 on-peak to super off-peak and 2.5-to-1 off-peak to super off-peak. And so we chose those ratios because research by Dr. Faruqi has done research on time of day rates around the country, looking at different on-peak to off-peak ratios. And that seemed to be a good ratio that maximized the price incentive to shift away from on-peak hours. Anything more, the returns to shifting away from on-peak hours were diminishing. And so it wasn't useful at all. And it was just punitive to our customers. And anything less didn't appear to achieve quite the shifting away from on-peak hours. So it certainly is up for analysis in future rate cases. But to have the pricing structure largely the same in terms of these ratios for residential and commercial creates a sense of continuity between someone who's a small business owner and a residential customer isn't trying to keep track of completely separate on-peak, off-peak ratios for their work life versus their home life in terms of managing their energy bills. So all of that is something we look at and will consider.
Can you restate what the piece was about 2.5-to-1?
Oh, those are the ratios for the commercial customers. Since they have three peak periods: on peak, off peak, and super off peak. The 4-to-1 is the highest energy rate to the lowest energy rate. So for the commercial customers, that's the on peak to the super off peak price ratio. The off peak is the middle rate. And so the off peak to the super off peak in the summer is 2.5 to 1. That's the price ratio. And the price ratios change in the non-summer months. They are lower, but the concept is the same.
So on that idea of, maintaining continuity between a small business owner and a residential and their residential contract, for example, or their residential rates. In the next iteration of the TOD pilot, will there be a 2.5 to 1 for the residential class as well? So PNM will mirror that 4-to-1 of super off peak to on peak, and 2.5 to 1 of on off peak to on peak, or will residential only have 4-to-1? Sorry.
Well, when we proposed the super off peak for the residential time of day pilot, it is most probable that the on peak off peak ratios will mirror what the commercial class has, and it will be 4-to-1 on peak to super off peak. And these are summer, and then 2.5 to 1 off peak to super off peak. And so that is most likely to be what we propose, because during the course of the pilot, we have not been changing the on peak to off peak to super off peak ratios in the rate cases. We have maintained them. We've adjusted the rates, but we've maintained the ratios. And so that's the most probable thing that we will propose in the next rate case. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just making a couple notes. You have the most complex testimony, so so everybody knows my questions might take the longest here. And so I appreciate folks bearing with me. Okay. So yeah, this does lead into my next question. Is what I understood you to say in part of the testimony that you've just given is that, and you referenced another doctor that, had done studies with respect to that 4-to-1 and perhaps with the 2.5 to 1, but that without those differentials, you don't see a shifting of energy usage from a shifting in energy usage from on peak to off peak if you don't maintain that 4-to-1 ratio. Is that a fair understanding of what I heard?
Well, I think you can look at the load impact analysis that was provided as an exhibit with my testimony, one of the annual reports we provide on the TOD pilot. And so because we have seasonal rates, and the on-peak, off-peak ratios in the winter are less than in the summer. So just looking strictly at the residential class, in the summer, as we just discussed, the on-peak ratio to off-peak ratio is 4-to-1. And in the non-summer, the on-peak ratio to the off-peak ratio is 2.5 to 1. And so when you look at the load impact analysis, which is looking at and analyzing the shifting or reduction in energy usage by the TOD rate customers as compared to the control group, in the summer this past year, they show a statistically significant decrease of 9% in the summer on peak hours. in the non-summer on-peak hours, they show a slight reduction, but it's not significant, not statistically significant. So, which means that there's a possibility that it is just chance that there was a reduction in those hours. So is it related to the price signal? That is the on-peak ratio not high enough to induce the shifting, or the non-summer months also have a morning peak period? And neither one, there was a slight shifting in the evening on-peak hours, which are 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. There's also the morning on-peak hours of 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. And there was almost no shifting in those hours. So is it the hours? Is it the price signal isn't strong enough? Not fully known, but there is a distinct difference between the shifting that is statistically significant in the summer with that 4-to-1 ratio, and the shifting that is occurring, but not very much in the non-summer months with a lower price ratio. So that's something we have to consider as well as we do the analysis of the pilot.
Yeah, you're hitting on exactly where my curiosities lie, which is that reference to the 9%. And that's, you talk about this on page 31 of your direct, over to page 32. And the interesting statement there was that the 2025 load impact analysis results also show that this reduction in on-peak energy usage is more a result of reduced overall energy consumption rather than a shifting of energy usage outside of the on-peak hours. And that creates a questioning for me of whether the 4-to-1 becomes that critical piece, or whether it's the hours limitation to parties that could maybe be played with, and hence my previous questions about the weekend and such. Do I understand your testimony there on page 31 correctly, that the reduction of 9% in the 2025 load analysis identifies that the pilot has not resulted in a statistically significant shifting due to the difference between on-peak and off-peak?
I think that it's more complex than that, Mr. Hearing Examiner. When you look at the graphs in the load impact analysis, you don't see that. I think the term is kind of, I don't know, a clapback of usage, where in the interval prior to the on-peak period and immediately afterwards, you see kind of a greater increase, and then it dips down where it's reducing during the on-peak hours. That would indicate kind of shifting. I think that the reason that people are reducing rather than shifting so much, even though our messaging has been shifting, that it's not necessary to reduce your usage. It's hard to reduce because everything is electrified, or maybe not everything, but a lot is electrified these days, right? And so it's not that they have to reduce, they can shift and still use the same amount for their appliances, for their computers and phones and all that. But I do think that because we have had inclining block rates for decades, 30, 40 years, where the only way to control your energy bill on an inclining block rate structure is to use less. And so that's just very internalized, and that's how people think about it. And so changing how people think is just a time-consuming process, whereby we need to just continue the education about the on-peak period and shifting so that people understand the concept and don't necessarily always relate it to how they behaved on residential 1A, which is the standard residential rate for the vast majority of customers. So I think it's just a paradigm shift in terms of customers learning to think about when they use energy as opposed to how much energy they use, and the reducing versus the shifting. And that just takes time to get people to think about a new energy rate design differently than previously. So I think it's complex why they are reducing and not shifting.
And that answers, I think, another question I had, which was my question was the consultant that produced that 2025 load analysis, is it DVE? Is that the acronym for them? Sorry.
DNV, N as in Nancy, V as in Victor.
DNV. They hypothesize that it might be because the 9% from overall reduction in energy usage might be because of increased use of energy efficient appliances. But what I've just heard from you is maybe it's more a matter of how folks think about what's available under time of day rates. And is my understanding of what you just said, like they're getting more communications from you, and so that turns into habit of reducing energy, but they aren't thinking about shifting when they get these new communications from you. And that's why you need to increase, and you're planning to increase your communications and detail of communications.
Yeah, it could be. I think there's probably all of that play into it. Could be some customers are adopting more distributed energy resources, and that changes their behavior, energy efficiency. You know, they're not, some customers are using the Energy Insights dashboard, some are not, just all those various ways of learning about how they consume energy are available to them now, and they haven't been in the past, right? So the Energy Insights dashboard provides not near real time because it's a day delayed, but still, like, we can look back at our energy consumption from the day before and see what we did and relate it to the weather, you know, because we remember what the weather was like the day before, as opposed to getting a 1 month snapshot when we get our bill of how much we used. So it just, everybody is responding, I think, a little different and has different tools at their disposal, or appliances, if you will. And so, yeah, it just takes time, and it is something that we study. We try to develop new ways of outreach, of communicating with customers, making sure they understand and remember when on-peak hours shift because of a seasonal change, things like that. So that's all part of a pilot, right? To be able to test these things on a smaller group and see what works, what they learn from, what needs to be more robust, and then move forward.
Thank you for that. And it leads into, I want to be careful I don't miss, but I think it leads into my next question, which is, well, here's a simple one. Without getting into details, you know, reading your testimony and exhibits, I see and other testimony, the amount of work that PNM is doing to communicate. Is there a consciousness there of like emphasizing the shifting, or is that, I mean, in those communications that are coming up, as opposed to just presenting that information of like focusing folks on the shifting?
I would say the biggest focus across all the emails is reminding them of the on-peak hours and the seasons, the months to which they apply, so that that's foremost in their mind, and so they can make the appropriate decisions for their family and their household based on that. Just given that there are so many concepts to introduce customers to through the time of day, the most important thing, in my opinion, is to make sure they understand the hours, the days, and when they shift from May to June, summer month, and then August back into September, non-summer month, summer to non-summer, so that they have that and then can think about the other concepts about shifting versus reducing versus what kind of changes they can make in their household. So it's a lot of information to present to them all at once if we hammer everything home to them. And so focusing on the most important things first about the on-peak periods, because the most important thing now is that, or under the time of day pilot, is that during certain hours of the day, energy costs more. And that's just a completely different concept than under residential 1A. So that's the most important thing for them to understand in order to try and take control of their bill if they are able to, make whatever changes they want to make.
Yeah. Given that, and the plan of making a modification in rate case number 1, as you referred to in your testimony, and then creating a universal default time of day rate in rate case number 2. And given how difficult it is to do these communications, should I have the concern that I currently have of one more iteration in rate case 1 isn't going to provide enough information to have a really well-established structure to create as a universal default in rate case number 2?
No, I don't think that you should be worried about that. Some of the things we are working on currently are developing kind of educational short videos that can be put on our website so that everything is not a long email to read, developing text messaging where that could go out the day that it goes from May 31st to June 1st. Just, hey, reminder, summer on peak hours are this. So we're testing all these different ways. And then the customer satisfaction survey that DNV also does for us, which is the second analysis piece every year, indicates that because they looked at the control to rate group where the residential control customers spend a year, they're still on 1A, but they have access to all the tools. And then they move over to 1A or to the time of day pilot. And they are used as the proxy for how the time of day rate customers would behave if they were not on a time varying rate. And so the customer satisfaction survey indicated that the education and the access to the tools, the emails that the control group customers receive during that 12-month period, that helps them. I mean, there's a limit to that. It doesn't help them as much as actually being on the rate because they don't see the result from the price signals, but they are responding to the Energy Insights dashboard, the emails that they receive, and those things help. And so as AMI is deployed, the way the Energy Insights dashboard is for the residential time of day pilot now, the customer energy management platform, the CEMP, will be available for everybody. And so even before the full residential default time of day is proposed in that second rate case number 2, as I call it, they will have access to that and can be educating themselves about how they use energy. They can see those near real time, day after energy consumption, the way that only TOD customers and control group customers can see now. So they'll have some of that access in advance. And so, no, I don't think you need to be worried. I think the time of day pilot is going extremely well, and that everything we're learning is just part of the pilot. And, people are reducing on peak as the concepts of reducing versus shifting become more understood, more widespread. There could be more shifting. I just think it's going well, and that the lessons that PNM is learning are applicable to the entire customer base.
And so a simple question for me is, is it correct to see confidence in you that once customers understand shifting, they'll be able to start shifting? with
Well,
the next iteration of the time of day pilot? And here's the context. I'm concerned that, my worry is like, and I've seen the very good work with the prac and everything. So this is, hopefully I don't take up too much time, but this is my opportunity to understand better, since I don't get to understand prac and attend prac, is that if that shifting doesn't show up with the time of day pilot's second iteration, and behavior doesn't follow what PNM believes behavior will be based upon that, what would be the option going into that rate case number 2?
well, just because the shifting isn't happening doesn't mean that the time of day pilot isn't achieving what it set out to achieve, which is reduce usage during the system peak hours of 5 to 8. I mean, we're seeing that in the summer, and we're a summer peaking utility. The reduction this year, or in this report from last year, was 9%. In that first year, it was around 20%. So, but those were the early adopters. It was a smaller group. And there wasn't that issue of the control group changing their behavior. So I think the pilot is achieving what it set out to achieve, and the time of day rate is achieving what it set out to achieve, which is reducing on-peak usage, which helps the system as a whole. So yes, I thought that people would shift. Like if they had air conditioning, I thought that they would pre-cool their house. And maybe that's not happening. Maybe they just turn it off, and then maybe turn it on a couple hours later, as opposed to at 8:01. And that's every family's individual decision, what makes the most sense for them. But I think that the pilot is achieving what it set out to achieve. And one of the benefits was reducing system on peak usage, or usage during the system on peak hours. And that's happening.
Okay, thank you. Oh, in your direct testimony at page 51, and this is in a section where you provide comparisons to, I think, roughly 5 other utilities rate programs with respect to, that are within the sphere of time of day. And one statement there on line 2 is that PNM has the shortest summer season. And one of the comparables is Public Service Company of Colorado. And that raised a curiosity to me of how did the summer season get established for PNM? Considering that Colorado's to the north of New Mexico, and I don't think quite as hot as PNM service territory. I could be wrong. So I'm curious about that. You see where I am at. Like, what are these variables that you had to play with? Why has PNM chosen a 3-month summer season?
Oh, that's way before my time, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I mean, that's been PNM's summer season for decades. So I'm not sure the underlying reason when it was first set. Yeah, I don't know.
Would that be something to look at? Because when you're looking at 4 to 1 on a summer versus a 2.5 to 1 ratio in the winters, and you're a summer peaking system and you're trying to reduce system peak, and I know people run their air conditioners well into September and often start before May. I mean, just because it's always been done that way doesn't necessarily mean that's the right way. Is PNM, as the director of this program and these pilot programs, are you considering changing that summer season?
Well, I mean, I'm not the director of the time of day. I sponsored the time of day pilot when we proposed it in the 22 rate case. But in terms of changing the summer months, that has not been something we've looked at. I don't know if as a company we looked at it previously at other months, because you're right, September is hot. It's often these days can be as hot as August, but the summer months and then December, for our allocation purposes, we use currently a 3 summer, 1 winter allocation methodology for generation demand and those kind of allocations. We've been discussing in PRAC moving to a different allocation methodology that looks more at risky hours as opposed to the highest peak hour in each of those 4 months. So PNM is making other changes. I don't know that changing the summer months is in the near future for us. But yeah, I mean, nothing's absolutely off the table, but because it affects a lot of different departments, as opposed to just pricing, it'd probably be a big conversation just because of how costs are allocated. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So the use of a 3-month summer is tied to the cost allocation methodologies that are used in your rate cases, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, changing from a 3-month summer to one that might recognize September as being equal to August might have significant cost impacts on certain rate classes. Is that correct?
I think it could.
Interesting.
But like I said, we've been looking at different allocation methodologies, the risky hours in future rate cases. So looking to make the changes there that reflect more how the system runs these days.
And if that allocation methodology was changed to that the risky hours is what I've just understood, or like an 8760 or something, I don't know. Would that open the door to changing what the summer season is and therefore increasing the time of the year during which 4-to-1 ratios would be available for time of day rates?
I don't know that one is predicated on the other. I'm not sure. We haven't done that analysis.
And do you expect to, in rate case number 1, as it's referred to in your testimony, be presenting those different allocation methodology possibilities?
That's the plan, yes.
And so in the PRAC, is the consideration of how the pilot is structured being developed based upon the allocation methodology that is going to be proposed in rate case number 1?
Is your question if, like, proposing the super off-peak in the residential pilot linked to proposing the risky hours allocation methodology? Is that a correct understanding of your question?
Yeah, but let me ask it more generally. Is the work that's being done by PRAC being predicated upon an understanding of the actual allocation methodology that's going to be proposed in rate case number 1?
The allocation discussions about how to allocate production demand were with the idea of that's what we would propose in the next rate case. And so they worked on that for about a year. There was then subcommittee or, working group that continued the discussion so that PRAC could move on to other topics as well. And yes, the idea was that would be what we proposed in the next rate case.
Thank you. Um, I'm getting close to the end. Is the goal of the time of day rate to reduce peak or to reduce net peak?
Gosh, to reduce peak, I guess. Are you referring to net peak like after solar consumption is taken into account?
Yes, I mean, and I'm a, you know this much better than me, but I've seen this shift over the last few years from a concentration on peak to a concentration on net peak due to the proliferation of solar, especially on PNM system. And so it becomes more critical for the system, by my understanding, to address sometimes net peak as opposed to overall system peak due to the contribution of those solar resources. And so based on that kind of nebulous understanding that I have, when I read through the testimonies in this case, I wasn't clear on how time of day rates and the pilots are addressing peak and whether that's overall system peak or net peak.
I think overall system peak.
Do you think is there thinking about addressing net peak in correlation with time of day rates?
I mean, we set the time of day hours around when energy costs to the utility were also the most expensive, so that if it costs the most to the utility to provide, then the rate is reflected in the energy rate that is the on-peak energy rate. And so that was how we set the on-peak hours. And with solar production, the on-peak hours have moved later. Like my understanding in the past, it was more late afternoon, say 4 or 5 o'clock, and now it moves later because of solar production. So that's my understanding of kind of the shift over time.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to scroll through here. All right. Can we go to your exhibit HMP-3, page 7 of 25? And I'm going to go there as well.
You said page 7?
Page 7, that's correct.
Okay, I'm there.
And maybe I'll just share it so that everybody can see if they're interested. Okay, can everybody see my screen now with TOD pilot energy insights, usage and cost at the top?
Yes, we can, hearing examiner. Thank you.
Great. So in this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, the gray area represents other charges. Am I correct to understand that would be like a monthly service charge, RPS rider, TEP rider, grid modernization rider? that fall into those gray buckets?
Yes, the customer charge rates, riders, or sorry, not rates, riders, franchise fees, taxes, all the non-energy related costs that make up the bill.
So with the goal, I heard you state, and I saw it in your testimony, the goal of the time of day rates is ultimately to reduce system peak. And so what I see here that's interesting to me is the green represents generally always, well, the green and the red combined at most a little bit over 50% of a customer's monthly bill. Is that a fair kind of reading of this?
Yes, I think so.
And would there be methods to have riders that are the percentages that are included by the gray, that are in the gray, be areas of a bill that a customer could influence through the time of day at which they choose to consume energy?
So let me restate your question to make sure I understand it. Are you asking if some of these riders that are on customers' bills, instead of being set up to be $1 per kWh rate, if there was an on-peak and off-peak rider rate?
That's one restatement that's a nice restatement.
Is that what
Yeah.
you're asking?
Yes. And is your camera on still? Maybe it's just the way that things are showing for
Oh,
me.
no, it shows me as, sorry, I think it went off with the graph. I didn't even notice. Thank you.
No problem. And it's still a little odd. Well, let's roll with it. And then when I quit screen sharing, it was just me trying to connoiter myself here. Thank you.
Oh, sure. I'm looking at, yeah, the paper copy of the exhibit. So I wasn't focused on the screen and didn't notice. But there are only 2 riders that are $1 per kWh rate. The others are a flat fee or a percentage of the bill. Like energy efficiency is a percentage of the total bill. The 2 that are, no, sorry, I take that back. The fuel rider, the renewable energy rider, the TEP rider, Transportation Electrification Program rider, those are all kWh charges, or they're assessed on $1 per kWh charge. I think that assessing them on an on and off peak rate might be, let me think about this. I mean, to think about one in particular, we'll just pick one as an example. The Transportation Electrification Program, which is $1 per kWh, but it's something that all customers with kWh usage contribute to or pay a portion of. And the benefits of the Transportation Electrification Program are not predicated on when customers use energy. And so to tie the purpose of collecting those costs to when customers use energy is like inserting the rate design for base rates into the rider collection, where the riders are specifically designed to collect the costs needed to run these programs, whether it's renewable energy, the transportation electrification program, cover fuel costs. So those things aren't necessarily tied to when customers use energy. It's the amount of fuel that has to be bought to cover customers' consumption. So I'm not sure from a rate design perspective that that would send the right price signal.
Setting signals aside, if the amount of gray were reduced in these bars and the amount of green and pink were increased, is it correct to understand that a time of day rate would be more powerful at reducing system capacity?
Sorry, they're trying to fix why the camera's not
Well,
working.
why don't we do this? It's 10:45. I lost track there. I only have a few more questions. I think it's a good time for a break. And now you're back on screen and it's fixed, but why don't we do it anyways? Because I realize I've pushed past that morning time. And we can all reset. And this is of course if hearing examiner Rossi, who's running the show today, thinks it's a good idea. And so do you think that's a good idea, Mr. Rossi?
I agree. Let's take a break until, I guess that's 11:00, let's call it 11:05.
Okay.
Give us 2 extra minutes. Thank you, and we will go off record.
Okay, thanks.
Remember, everybody, YouTube will still be on. Make sure you silence yourself.
Examiner Getco, your screen is still being shared while we're on the break.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Herman. I made a mistake there, and I'm trying to remove it now. Thank you very much.
we're all about 2 minutes early, maybe a minute and a half, so we can wait just a moment. Well, it's 11:05. Ms. Gonzalez, are you ready?
I am.
Let's go back on the record. Hearing examiner Gedko, would you like to continue?
Yes, I just have a couple more questions. Thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you.
I'm going to share my screen again, just to take us back to where we were. And I lost track a little bit of whether my question was clear and whether you had the opportunity to answer.
Can you restate it?
Yes. If in this graph, the gray portion of each of these bars were made smaller and the green and red were made bigger, would an effective time of day rate program be able to increase the effect it has relatively as compared to what we're seeing right here to reduce the capacity needs on PNM system?
I think there are two issues here, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The only true way to embed these riders in the energy rate would be to include them in base rates, so that then the costs are included in the on-peak costs, the off-peak costs, and rates are developed that way. Because one thing that's important also for our customers is the ease of understanding, right? And so if the riders that are billed on an energy basis, so again, fuel, renewable energy, TEP, to use 3 examples, if they were developed as on-peak and off-peak rider rates, the bill presentment would be just that more complex, because there would be a line item for energy efficiency on peak, energy efficiency, or renewable energy on peak, renewable energy rider off peak, TEP rider on peak, TEP rider off peak. And it requires a lot of mathematical computing for any customer looking at their bill to add those things up, make sure that they add up to their total gross usage. And it just makes it more complex, and the bill becomes 2 pages, 3 pages to accommodate all those different lines. And that's an additional cost. The longer the bill is, because we still mail it out for a certain percentage of customers, those are additional costs, right? So the best way, if we were going to do that, would be to forecast these program costs out, forecast fuel out, and include it in base rates. But then that takes away the ability of customers to have real-time information about what these rates, what these programs are costing every year, what has been approved to be recovered, because the energy efficiency, renewable energy, TEP, they come before the commission annually, or in the case of energy efficiency, every 3 years, and they have a program approved for that period of time, and then the rider is reset to reflect what was actually spent that particular year. And so that's a way of kind of real-time balancing of these costs, so that if program costs come in lower or if more is spent one year, it adjusts, and PNM is neither over collecting nor under collecting, really, because it's reset once or twice a year, depending on the rider rate. And if it's the fuel, we are collecting what was actually spent on fuel, and the over under collection, all of that. It's very complex every quarter. So to put all of those in base rates is certainly possible, so that the customer then just sees on peak and off peak energy. But the risk of over collecting, under collecting, and not being able to adjust and provide customers with real-time savings goes away, because you put them in base rates and they're set for a couple of years or whatever the period is between rate cases. So I think there's that to keep in mind as well with the riders, and including them in base rates.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And is that the same explanation that I felt like before the break, when the screens were a little bit iffy? You spoke to, it not being a proper representation of what those riders are meant to represent. Is that essentially what you've just stated very clearly in this answer, or was that a different answer?
Well, those are kind of two different answers, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The purpose of these individual riders are to recover program costs, largely for statutorily mandated programs. The energy efficiency, renewable energy, TEP. These are all programs mandated by legislation at the state level. And so another benefit of having them as riders is not just the real-time rider adjustment that can happen. It shows customers that we are doing the various programs that the legislative body has said, as a utility, we should be doing these programs for our customers. And so they can see it because it's a line item on their bill with these riders. And so the purpose of the riders are to collect the approved program costs for the specific programs, or the actual fuel costs for the fuel rider. And they're not dependent, like the statutory requirement of these different programs is not dependent on time of day usage or when customers use energy. And so it would kind of distort that price signal to then tie it to the rate design that the statute didn't intend it to be tied to.
And with PNM has like 80% renewables on its system right now, is that correct? On the overall system?
I don't know. The only way I ever know is if I am going to the PNM website to say, look at the rates page or the time of day page or the PRAC calendar, and there is an icon on the home page saying how much renewable generation is producing at that given moment. So that's the only time I ever am aware.
All right. Then my last question on that topic, and because tools are important. For the RPS rider and renewable energy, is it correct to say that it wouldn't be proper to have time of day rates for the renewable energy rider, which is a representation of energy capacity and energy costs for renewables, which appear very similar to the energy and capacity that are charged through base rates, given the significant progress that PNM has made with the use of renewable energy on its system?
I'm not sure I totally understand your question. May you repeat it or rephrase it slightly, please?
The second argument that you clarified there of the signaling for like TEP and the signaling for energy efficiency, and it wouldn't be appropriate to have those be based on time of day rates. Is that really applicable to the RPS rider, in that it's simply a signal of energy being provided that is renewable? And PNM's system overall provides a large amount of renewables as well. So is there such a significant difference between what's billed through the RPS rider and what's billed through base rates that would make the argument be applicable? I mean, is that argument really applicable to that rider in particular? I'm curious.
I think so, because again, the renewable energy rider is responding to the mandates in the RPS legislation, the percentages that PNM must achieve, and all the IOUs, right? I mean, it's not specifically limited to one electric utility, but yes, PNM is on track to achieve the 2040, I believe, emissions-free goal that we set, that is in advance of the ETA goal. But the RPS rider is still collecting different costs that were, different PPAs that are not recovered through base rates, that were signed up for, developed specifically for RPS compliance. So I think it's still appropriate that those costs be recovered through the RPS rider, which is not tied to time of day the way base rates are.
Okay, thank you. Hearing examiner Rossi, because for some reason I've always been able to do it, but I'm not finding the tool to stop screen sharing. Can you kill my screen share, please?
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. I just... I think that's all my questions. I appreciate the discussion, Dr. Pitts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Gedko. Dr. Pitts, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I do have a couple of questions for you. Specifically, I'd like to talk with you a little bit about low usage versus low income. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not. So on page 20 of your direct, I could just, you don't need to jump there. This is a quick sort of laying foundation. You mentioned that customers paying more under time of day rates are largely low energy and mid energy use customers. And then on page 35, you talk about the low income customers. 20%. So there was a slight reduction in energy consumption during the summer on peak hours without any apparent load shifting, no change in load profile during the non-summer morning and evening on peak hours. So I guess my question for you there is, how are you trying to track down who is in each of those groups? Are those low income and low use customers that had that problem? Can you tell us a little bit more about what you're doing to look into that?
when you were talking about the reduction for low-income customers, were you referring to the load impact analysis where they do a separate analysis based on low-income customers versus non-low-income customers? Is that what you were referring to there?
Yes, yeah. So I guess my question is, when we have this problem of if you're low usage, TOD gives you a penalty. How are you thinking about solving that for low income people?
Well, the issue with the low and medium usage customers and what we are seeing with the bill credits, where they are largely receiving the bill credits, is that we propose to modify the residential time of day pilot by having the super off peak, which provides a lower rate. The whole discussion about the 4-to-1 and 2.5-to-1 in the summer, the on peak ratios. So we went back and I looked at a handful of time of day pilot customers just to kind of look at what percentage of their usage from their hourly interval data would be during those super off peak hours. And I provided the results. There were about 5 or 6 in a PRAC meeting. So it's in one of the slides that is one of the exhibits, the PRAC presentations. But it was anywhere from 20% up to 35, 36% of their usage was the super off peak. So we think that that modification, and obviously by proposing a super off peak period for the residential customer class, that changes what the on peak rate would be as well, that will provide more opportunities regardless of income for those low and medium usage customers to have the opportunity to save. The low income customers, the analysis that DNV does is, in addition to doing the main impact analysis for just the rate group versus the control group, is then they also do the rate group versus the control group for both non-low income customers and low income customers. And PNM doesn't track or doesn't ask income status of its customers. So DNV is able to do that because PNM has a subscription to the Experian database that estimates a whole bunch of things, but in addition, it estimates household income and number of household members for our customers. And so with that, you can then calculate a federal poverty level percentage because it's dependent on those two variables. And that's how they classify customers as low income or not low income. And then they run the same analysis looking at the control group versus the rate group. And for the last load impact analysis, I want to say there were, subject to check, about 1,800 customers, of which about 20% were low income. So the numbers were much lower. And so the fact that their load shifting, their reduction was not statistically significant, I don't know if it's exactly a measure of the numbers in the group or their ability to shift. Certainly work that we've done in the past for previous, like the past 2 rate cases, looking at low income usage, kind of the distribution across, from 0 usage or up to, the highest customers. About 1/3 of low income customers have block 3 usage. So they're high energy users. So we've done a lot of work to show that low income and low usage are not synonymous. And so those are the other tools that the time of day pilot provides, like the budget alerts, the high bill alerts. Those things are benefits of the time of day pilot also that are helpful for everybody, but especially for low income customers who are trying to control their energy bills. So there's that benefit as well. That has been a component of the time of day pilot since it first started, and it will be a component when the AMI is fully rolled out, and the CEMP, that customer energy management platform, that's similar to what the Energy Insights dashboard that the time of day pilot uses now and has more capabilities, they'll have that benefit as well. So those are the things that PNM is working on with regards to low income customers. But again, low income is not the same thing as low usage, because low usage can be low usage for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, high energy efficiency, etc. The low income, high usage, you just had me wondering, do you know what the cause of that usage is? Is it space heating? Is it inefficient air conditioning? Do you know where that comes from?
I don't know exactly. I mean, I can speculate. Also, I think both of those things you just mentioned, I think it can be living in housing that's not adequately insulated. It can be another. I think there's a variety of reasons, but those three that we just mentioned are probably high among them.
And then within the survey results that was in your supplemental, I think it was, one of the things I found most striking was didn't realize the details of 4-to-1 versus 2.5-to-1 on the peak ratio. Do you know which class of customers that had that, because it was less than 50% understood it? Do you know which class of customers had those answers?
No, I think those answers apply to the group broadly.
Okay.
They're aware that the rates are higher. The takeaway from that is they're aware the rates are higher, but they don't know the exact price signal.
Okay. They didn't understand the distinction between 4 times and 2.5 times on the winter to summer.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Pitts. I think that's all the questions that I had.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Hearing Examiner Gedko, did you have any further follow-up or any further questions?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Verheuvel, do you have redirect based on the Hearing Examiner's questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Were there any interveners that have recross based on our Hearing Examiner's questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. You are released. Mr. Verheuvel, Mr. Babbage is in the waiting room. Will he be your next witness, or you may call your next witness?
Yeah, Mr. Babe will be our next witness. Yes. PNM calls Alaric Babe.
I've just admitted him, and once again, sorry for mispronouncing his name.
Not a problem.
Good morning. No worries at all on my end. I've had this name for a while now.
Raise your right hand, sir, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Babe. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Alaric Babe. I'm the Director of Customer Energy Solutions for PNM.
And do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 14? This is your direct testimony.
Yes, I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 14, the direct testimony of Alaric Babe.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, PNM Exhibit number 14 is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Verheuvel. And I think no one had cross examination questions from Mr. Babe. CCAE, I think you withdrew yours. Am I correct on that?
I didn't have any specified. I just had 10 minutes unspecified. And at this point, I don't have any questions for him, but thank you for asking.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Herman, I don't think you had questions for Mr. Babe, but I wanted to give you the opportunity just in case I was incorrect.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. No, but I will wish him a good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Herman.
In that case, hearing examiner Gedko, we're to you.
Great, thank you. I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Bobby.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. It wouldn't be back to school without strep throat, right?
I've heard that a couple times from parents that I work with. Yeah. Okay. First, I want to just turn to your direct testimony. On page 2, lines 9 through 10, you testify that PNM has not yet developed or acquired any energy efficiency or demand response programs that specifically leverage or require AMI. And then on page 3, lines 6 through 8, you state that PNM conducted both an energy efficiency and demand response potential study in 2025 to consider future program offerings that may be feasible in PNM's service area. And then, still on page 3, at lines 20 through 22, you state that as PNM prepares for the deployment of AMI, we requested that programs that could be deployed after AMI, such as behavioral demand response, be studied to determine the impact. With those 3 statements, this might be the most direct way to ask my questions. What do you mean when you say that PNM requested that programs that could be deployed after AMI be studied to determine the impact?
So I think the best way to describe this is the potential study. So we do these periodically to help inform future energy efficiency and demand response programs. So the potential study is looking at what programs could be offered in the future based on what the market can bear and what the reality is on the ground. And so, for example, we asked our third party that was doing this potential study to look out into the future and come up with a list of options. And so we knew that, for example, behavioral demand response was something that came back as a potential option, but it would require AMI to be implemented and to be measured. And so that was one option that we said, hey, that's a really good idea. And so we want to keep that in the back burner for future development as AMI is deployed or after AMI is deployed.
Okay. So my understanding is that the pilot program for time of day rates is run through cellular technology and not through the new AMI meter deployment. And that was the methodology to be able to run a pilot while AMI meters are gearing up to be deployed in fourth quarter 2026 and throughout 2027. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
So I'm curious, why isn't there testimony as to the pilot programs for demand response or energy efficiency offerings at this time?
Could you clarify through what cellular meter technology?
Yes, thank you for that. Given the ability to run pilots for time of day rates using cellular technology, does that explain why there are not pilot programs for demand response and energy efficiency offerings?
So the easiest way I can describe that is that in time of day is similar to our whole home electric vehicle rate, in that they are essentially channels measuring the overall energy consumption during those periods. AMI will provide all those customers direct interval data, so instantaneous power measurement. And so the cellular technology, we can take that in on the back end through the cellular meters. And then you're looking at the energy usage over time. So for example, time of day, we'll make it easy on peak and off peak. Channel one could be off peak and it's how many kilowatt hours. And then it would click over to the on peak and channel two and measure that and put that on the bill. But it's not like an instantaneous measurement that customers have access to through the cellular technology. AMI will allow that 15-minute interval data, and can provide customers eventually with that real-time instantaneous power measurement, which would also, so for energy efficiency is one thing, but really that instantaneous power is important for demand response and things like what I'm talking about here with behavioral demand response. There's no direct control. It's a behavioral, we're asking like, could you reduce? And then we would be able to measure that instantaneously with AMI deployment.
Okay. So, okay, helpful. And are you familiar with the commission's final order in case number docket number 25-00049-UT, which is last year's annual review filing from PNM for grid modernization?
Probably only tangentially. You'd have to provide me with more context.
Well, in the application in this case, it's referenced on page 7, and it refers to the final order, which stated that in its next annual review filing, and I'll insert here, PNM shall provide a plan level roadmap identifying one of the things that is listed there is demand response and energy efficiency offerings under development. My understanding from reviewing the application and testimony is that we've done that. Now, let me go to page 9 and of your direct testimony, lines 12 through 19. And towards the end of that, you state, PNM may consider a limited pilot in the 2027 to 2029 program years, dependent on the status of AMI deployment. Is there any limited pilot in the 2027 to 2029 energy efficiency program?
Yes, we did make reference in that program filing, which was filed on April 15th, to our desire for a pilot for a behavioral demand response program. It is tied to AMI deployment because we don't, of course, that hasn't started yet. And so we'll have to see as that rolls out how we can do that. But that is something that we included in our filing.
And so when you say made reference, is uh, included in that testimony on page 9 there, you also state, while a full behavioral demand response program post AMI deployment would not be feasible until the 2030 to 2032 triennial plan to be filed in April of 2029. My understanding there, it's obvious, but I'll just state it for the record, is a full plan of, for example, a behavioral demand response would be offered at the earliest in April of 2029 to be put into effect for years 2030 through 2032. Is that correct understanding?
Yes, that's a correct understanding.
So with what you just stated of making reference to a possible pilot in the energy efficiency that you filed, is there a possibility of any demand response program in a partial form or in a pilot form going into service prior to 2030?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay. Can you explain that plan just a little bit, given the commission's order and the need to address that from the final order in 25-00049-UT, please?
Yes, of course. And our desire to include a pilot in the 2027 through 2029 program was just that. It's so we don't have to wait for AMI to be fully deployed to start testing some of this. We do want to prepare ourselves for a full deployment, and so that would require something like this pilot as AMI is deployed. What we don't have right now, it's not a full-fledged, we don't have a specific budget attached to it. We don't have a specific number. I can't say it's like, oh, it has to be X number of meters by this date. We are going to be working with implementers, both that we know and maybe those that we are not currently contracted with, as AMI is deployed, to see what are the best practices in the market, with the idea of piloting a behavioral demand response program, seeing what those results are, and then preparing ourselves for a more full-fledged program offering once AMI is fully deployed, and then we're into that 2030 to 2032 triennial plan.
Do you have a goal date for when you would initiate a pilot of a behavioral demand response program?
There's not a goal date necessarily that's included. It will depend on the rollout of AMI, which is scheduled to start later this year. I think we'll know a lot more in 2027 what the rate is and how deployment is going.
And given the commission's requirement for a plan level roadmap identifying demand response and energy efficiency offerings under development, where will PNM present for approval the behavioral demand response program so that it can go into effect as soon as possible after the AMI meters are installed?
So the full program that would need to be approved would be filed in 2029 on April 15th for that 2030 to 2032 program. However, we have the current case where we do reference our desire to do this pilot. That case, we do not yet have a final order in, but that would be the plan as once we get a final order. In that case, if that is to move forward, then we would be within this these triennial plan years, we would be moving forward with that pilot to be preparing ourselves for that next 3-year and full-fledged program design and approval. That would have to be, of course, and without getting too off topic here, we'd have to meet the utility cost test, make sure it's part of the portfolio, that it keeps everything cost effective, We have, measurement and verification that would go in. All of those things would be included in that next triennial plan to be filed in 2029. Today it's just a pilot so that we can learn and try it out and see what benefits there are.
Okay. So and I'm just going to restate what I understood on just a piece of that, which is the implementation of the pilot program is dependent upon PNM receiving a final order in the current energy efficiency docket that authorizes PNM to begin that pilot program. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's included in the current program filing that we do not yet have a final order on.
Okay, thank you. So we've just talked about behavioral demand response programs. The commission's final order in 25-00049 also spoke to energy efficiency offerings under development. Are there specific energy efficiency offerings under development that leverage the AMI that is being implemented through the grid modernization plan?
Yeah, a really good example there is our behavioral energy efficiency program that we currently have. And this is where it's the similar home comparison that some people on this call might get. It's your energy usage versus similar homes. That uses a disaggregation algorithm through our implementer, but of course today it's only monthly readings. The disaggregation is better when customers fill out the survey, but it's going to get much, much better with that AMI interval data, because the algorithm, rather than getting the once a month reading, will be able to start to see patterns in power consumption and make much better recommendations to customers on how to further reduce their energy usage. So there are also, it's not just the demand response, but there are energy efficiency programs as well that will benefit from these enhancements.
And is there a roadmap for when customers will be able to start to integrate that disaggregation data with the behavioral energy efficiency program?
So I believe that roadmap would be the same as the roadmap for AMI deployment. As the meters are deployed and that data is available through the backend system, that would be shared with our implementer, and the disaggregation algorithm should be put in place.
Okay. Okay. Just triple check here. So you gave one example there of energy efficiency. Are there others that the commission should be aware of as well as with respect to additional? Well, you've given the behavioral demand response example. You've provided the behavioral energy efficiency program example. Are there any other demand response and energy efficiency offerings that would be valuable for the commission to be aware of, given their desire to have a plan level roadmap for those offerings?
I think the only other thing that I would want to mention that is also mentioned in my testimony here is the ability to make recommendations to customers for energy efficiency programs through the customer energy management portal. And by seeing the usage patterns, being able to recommend things like, for example, AC tune-up, right? If we're able to disaggregate that on the back end and see, oh, this, your cooling unit might not be running efficiently, and AC tune-up might be good. That's the enhancement that I think would be really powerful. Or just generally, of course, we have lots of programs, home energy checkup. We have other cooling programs for evaporative coolers, all of those things. Energy savings kits, both for market and low income. We would be able to recommend those to customers through the portal, and through things like the portal and the My Energy usage, to get more and more customers enrolling and using the energy efficiency programs.
Okay. Yeah, that's the extent of my questions. Thank you for coming here with a sore throat. I hope you get well
Oh,
soon.
no
Thank you
worries.
very
Thank you
much.
guys for the flexibility. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for the discussion today.
I don't know if hearing examiner Rossi has questions, but that's the extent of mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, hearing examiner Gedko. No, I do not have any questions for you, Mr. Babe. Mr. Verhul, do you have any redirect?
I do not. Thank you.
Do any of the interveners have recross based on hearing examiner Gedko's questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Babe. I hope you get well quickly. You are released.
Thank you.
Would we prefer an early lunch or power through with one more witness? Mr. Gedko or hearing examiner Gedko, do you have a preference?
Help me out for a second. Do we have any more PNM witnesses?
Ludi as well as Gutierrez. So yes, two more.
I'm agnostic to that decision. I'll let other folks decide.
Mr. Rossi, none of the other parties have indicated they have any questions for our next two witnesses, Mr. Ludi and Ms. Gutierrez. So I think if either you or Mr. Gedko have questions, then perhaps we want to break for lunch. But if you don't have questions for one or both of those witnesses, then we could just get their testimony admitted and then come back with staff after lunch.
Hearing examiners, I'll just note I had requested some time for Mr. Ludi as one of Mr. Jones's questions had been deferred to him, but I'd be willing to waive that question and proceed.
My questions for Mr. Ludi have been answered as well. And I don't have questions for witness Gutierrez. So that proposal sounds good, and we could either then choose to power through with staff or come back at one. And I have a short amount of questions for two staff witnesses.
I would say let's power through on the PNM witnesses, then I think break for lunch. That sound good to you, Ms. Gonzalez? Okay. PNM, you may call your next witness so that we can get their testimony admitted quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Jordan Ludi. There he is.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ludi. Please state your name and your job title.
Jordan Ludi, Associate Director of Grid Modernization.
And do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 9? This is your direct testimony?
I do.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No.
I asked you the same questions today. Would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 9, the direct testimony of Jordan Ludi.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, PNM Exhibit number 9 is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning.
Mr. Ludi, Mr. Jones did defer you one question, but I believe it's been resolved or withdrawn. So you may be off the hook for cross-examination. Mr. Herman, am I correct on that?
Yeah, I think I got where I was going with Mr. Hawkins.
Okay. And hearing examiner Gedko, you don't have any questions for this witness, is that correct?
That's correct. They've been answered by other witnesses.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here, Mr. Ludi, and you are released.
Perfect. Thank you.
PNM, you may call your next witness.
PNM calls Reina Gutierrez. It should be just a second. And there she is.
Raise your right hand, please, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Reina Gutierrez. I'm the Senior Manager of Cost of Service.
And that's for PNM.
Yes.
And do you have with you what's been labeled PNM Exhibit number 10? This is your direct testimony.
Yes, I do.
Was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, there are not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 10, the direct testimony of Reina Gutierrez.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, PNM exhibit number 10 is admitted.
Ms. Gutierrez, do you also have with you what has been labeled PNM Exhibit number 11? This is your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I do.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any additions or corrections to it?
No, there are not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit number 11, the rebuttal testimony of Reina Gutierrez.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, PNM exhibit number 11 is admitted.
I offer the witness for questioning.
I believe all cross-examination for you has been waived. Am I correct on that? Seeing no hands. And Mr. Gedko, Hearing Examiner Gedko, I believe you said you do not have any questions for this witness. Is that correct?
That's correct. I have no questions for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here, Ms. Gutierrez. We appreciate you coming in. You are released.
Thank you.
Anything further from PNM?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Okay. In that case, I think we should probably break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Does that work for everyone? Does anyone have any questions or announcements or anything else? I'm seeing none. Remember, the YouTube link will stay open, or the YouTube live stream will stay on. So please turn off your cameras, and we can be in recess. See you at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. Looked like Mr. Gedko got disconnected, so letting him back in.
I apologize. Hearing examiner Rossi, can you hear me? I switched office locations over the lunch hour.
Yes, I can.
Ooh, I can't hear you.
Okay, I will keep talking. I used to have the Gettysburg Address memorized for just such an occasion. Unfortunately, that's gone. You're all set? Okay,
I'm all set. Thank you.
let's go back on the record. I believe we're now to staff. Mr. Friedman, Ms. Estrella Magnifico, you may call your first witness.
Thank you very much, hearing examiner Rossi. Staff's gonna call engineer Orland Whitney.
I'm admitting him now.
Oh, there he is. His camera is not active yet. Sir, raise your right hand when you get settled there. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. You swear?
Mr. Whitney, we are unable to hear you.
Sorry about that. That may be better.
Much better. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitney.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a copy of your direct testimony filed in this case known today as Staff's Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And would you take a moment to look through it and make sure this is a complete and accurate rendition of the testimony you filed in this case on July 17th of this year, 2026?
Give me a second. Just bear with me for a second. Yes.
Do you have any corrections that you need to make to this direct testimony?
No.
And if you were asked today at this hearing the same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers to those questions remain the same or would they have changed?
They would be the same.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of the prepared direct testimony of Orland Whitney be admitted into the evidentiary record known as Staff's Exhibit Number 1.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, Staff Exhibit Number 1 is admitted.
And I now offer the witness up for cross-examination.
And I don't believe anyone reserved any cross-examination time for you, Mr. Whitney. Am I accurate with that? Did anyone have questions for him? Seeing none.
That's correct, Mr. Examiner. This is Keith Herman with the Water Authority, but my camera is disabled by the host, so I'm unable to turn my camera on.
Sorry about that. At the lunch hour, I disabled it because you had left it on. And then I forgot to undisable you. Hearing examiner Gedko, do you have questions for Mr. Whitney?
I do not.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Whitney. In your direct, you asked for some reporting about the meter installations. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review the testimony in response to that by, and I lost the tab, I apologize, by Mr. Hawkins?
I did.
it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, he agreed with a lot of the reporting requirements you asked for, but on a more general basis and with less specifics. Do you agree with that characterization?
Um, I'm not sure I agree with that characterization. Um, to clarify, the process Mr. Hawkins described in rebuttal is a meaningful improvement over the traditional red tag approach. So it establishes clear roles and a defined response window, temporary repair options where safe, and a path to restore service after PNM's own inspection, while the authority having jurisdiction completes its work on schedule. So I think, I in my direct testimony, I was not recommending service by service, and I don't think that was misinterpreted by witness Hawkins.
So when I'm looking at Mr. Hopkins' rebuttal, I'm on page 7, for example. He asked the question, would aggregate reporting regarding program performance provide useful perspective? And he agrees the aggregate reporting would be useful. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. His modifications of your request, do you have any major issues with that?
In regards to,
I
let's
guess
see,
I'm
let me
asking
read
sort of
here.
in general of, do you agree with how he has limited what you're asking for?
Give me a second to think about that. Would you state that again one more time for me? I'm sorry.
So, for example, I'm trying to figure out if there's any areas for what you had asked for. He has modified what you're asking for in his rebuttal, agreed with some of it, and limited some of it as more aggregate. Do you see issues with that?
No, I do not.
Okay. I guess I have no further questions for you, Mr. Whitney. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank
Hearing
you.
Examiner Rossi,
Yes.
based on your questions, I have a question for Mr. Whitney.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whitney.
Good afternoon.
Given the way that the process for the grid modernization plan works, which is that this is what some folks have referred to as an informational filing that creates a rebuttable presumption of reasonableness. And then in the winter, I'll just say this coming winter, December 2026 through February 2027, PNM will file what I've termed a reconciliation filing that reviews that provides the opportunity to review actual 2026 costs, so that those costs can then be considered with a rider filing that will be made by PNM to collect those costs during 2027. So will staff have adequate time to conduct any discovery it would want to conduct, to review that reconciliation filing in a short 2 to 3 month period, for example, given the reporting that's been agreed to?
I believe so. That's kind of a lot packed into that question there. So I have to think a little bit. You know, the way that PNM reports, I think, let me think for a second. Trying to understand kind of what you're getting at here in your question.
Would you like me to restate it a little bit, some of the context?
Sure.
So, so do you have an understanding of how an RPS rider normally, for example, an RPS rider implements a rider based upon cost estimates? So cost estimates for 2026 are collected in the 2026 RPS cost rider that's in place during 2026. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
And you're familiar with after 2026 concludes, when PNM files its next annual REA plan filing, PNM includes reconciliation amounts for over or under collections in 2026 by that rider as compared to actual 2026 RPS costs. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And with the grid modernization rider, with the structure that's been established by the commission, my understanding is that the costs that are incurred by PNM in 2026 are collected in a rider that's actually implemented and collected in 2027. Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding. And this is kind of why in my recommendation, I recommended using the existing reconciliation rider 60 annual review metrics and reporting processes together. So my annual review testimony does not finally approve 2026 costs. It just supports the engineering year 3 engineering sequence and requires that PNM track actual implementation issues, repair counts, those costs, outage durations, and material variances. So if staff needs discovery in the reconciliation filing, that is where the actual cost review occurs. So the presumption should not eliminate staff's ability to test actual costs.
Okay. And so that gets me back to what my question was originally is, do you have comfort with, given the reporting requirements that you originally testified to desiring and the agreement with what PNM has now proposed in rebuttal and supplemental, are you comfortable with the time that will be allotted to you in a reconciliation process to verify that staff either approves or disapproves the costs that were incurred during meter installation in 2026?
Yeah, I think yes. So with the reporting requirements I recommended, I'm comfortable from kind of the engineering standpoint. As for other witnesses, I can't testify to that, their time, but PNM's rebuttal addresses kind of the process concern. So I think what remains important is that PNM report actual repair counts and costs, their outage impacts and material variances. So on timing, the reconciliation window is compressed, but staff should have enough information to review actual costs if PNM provides the reporting is in a usable, timely, and organized form. So If PNM does not, then staff can raise that in the reconciliation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. I appreciate it, and
You're
that's the
welcome.
extent of my questions.
Thank you, hearing examiner.
I don't have any further questions. Based on the questions from hearing examiners, Mr. Verheul, do you have any redirect?
You asked me for redirect, and I don't think I don't have any questions for this witness, but thank you.
Sorry, wrong.
I think you meant me.
You're used to me. You're used to me from the morning.
Yep. I haven't moved on to the afternoon. Apparently, I need more coffee. Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Early afternoon, Mr. Rossi. Yeah, I just have two quick follow-ups for Mr. Whitney. Do you believe the reporting recommendations Mr. Hawkins outlined in his rebuttal testimony is adequate?
I think so, yes.
And do you support the reporting recommendations Mr. Hawkins outlined in his rebuttal testimony?
I do.
That's all I have, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you. And is there any recross based on the hearing examiner's questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. You are released.
Thank
Staff,
you,
you may
hearing
call your...
examiner Rossi, and congratulations.
Thank you. Staff, you may call your next witness, whom I'm admitting.
Yes, so I will call staff witness. Sorry, one sec, I'm pulling it up. Accountant Jonah B. Muldoon.
Hello, Mr. Muldoon. You're still muted. There you go.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand, please, and I'll put you under oath. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Muldoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Do you have a copy of your direct testimony filed in this case, known today as Staff's Exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
And would you take a moment just to look at it, make sure it's the complete and accurate rendition of the testimony you filed in this case on July 17, 2026?
It is.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to this testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked today at this hearing the same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers to those questions remain the same, or will they have changed?
They would remain the same.
Hearing examiners, I move for the admission of Mr. Muldoon's direct testimony to be admitted into the evidentiary record known as Staff's Exhibit 3.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, staff exhibit number 3 is admitted.
And I now offer him up for cross-examination.
Mr. Herman, I believe you reserved time for Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. That won't be necessary. I don't have any questions for him.
Okay, thank you. I believe no one else did, so hearing examiner Gedko.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Rossi. I do have just a couple questions. And good afternoon. Is it Mr. Muldoon? I've always said Molden. Am I incorrect, Mr. Mold?
So it's Malden.
Molden.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In your direct testimony, with respect to software as a service costs, on page 12, starting at line 20 and going over to page 13. I'm sorry, I believe, Mr. Friedman, do you have a YouTube on or we're getting a little bit of feedback from some mic in your arena, I believe.
I do
It's
not,
rare.
but I'll mute myself.
Well, I apologize for that since your witness is up. It's not bad. It's just every once in a while strange. So, okay, Mr. Molden, sorry for that interruption. So I was page 12, line 20, and I wrote down through page 13, line 4. And you testify that if these software as a service costs are treated as O&M, they should not be expensed entirely in the year paid. And my understanding is that was part of direct testimony that PNM hadn't met its burden for its request to capitalize the years 2 through 6 costs of the software as a service. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I would say they didn't meet their burden. I think it's more so that I disagree with them that the costs they're proposing to be capitalized are uh capitalizable. But other than that, I think that was a fair statement.
Okay. And in the rebuttal testimony of witness Gutierrez for PNM, at page 3, line 18 through page 4, line 8, Ms. Gutierrez testifies that she does not agree with staff's recommendation for treatment of the SAS costs, and that's SAAS for the court reporter, SAS costs as a prepaid expense. And what that leads me to is she provides testimony for either treating the SAS costs as a prepaid expense, though the recommendation is to approve capitalization of those costs. Given the testimony of Ms. Gutierrez, what is your position with respect to the proper treatment of those SAAS costs at this time?
So at this time, I think that the proper treatment for the specific costs that they identified would be prepayment and essentially amortizing those expenses over the 3 years. So 1/3 of the expense would be in the revenue requirement every year for 3 years.
And so to help me understand, does that mean that your position is that would not be that there be capital treatment of the SAAS costs?
I think it gets into a bit of a almost semantics because I don't disagree with her rebuttal testimony that prepayments can be included in rate base and therefore earn a return um, just as capital would. So I'm not necessarily opposed to that treatment. I think it's actually strikes a good middle ground between capital treatment as they proposed and O&M purely expensed treatment.
Okay, so in your response to my previous question where you detailed putting 1/3 of those costs in the revenue requirement for 3 years, does that include a return on those costs during that period?
It would, yes, if the commission were to determine that those prepayments should be included in rate base, then yes, those 1/3 payments would include a return on.
Okay, and if it's a 3-year recovery of those expenses, can you explain to me how that gels with the testimony that I've read regarding software costs that are incurred in years 2 through 6, which is a 5-year period, please?
Can you point me to the testimony that identifies 2 through 6?
Well, let me see if I can find it here. If let me go to the application. This is going to take me a minute. Okay, so do you have access to the application?
I do, yes.
And so if we go to PDF page 3, the executive summary, there's a small paragraph there at the top. It states PNM respectfully requests that the commission approve PNM's updated year 3 revenue requirement estimates and attach a presumption of reasonableness to those costs as contemplated in the final order in docket number 22-00058-UT and authorizes PNM to classify SAAS costs as capital in years 2 through 6. And so those references to years 2 through 6, can you help me understand how that gels with what you see as a reasonable middle ground of the 1/3 revenue requirement over 3 years?
Yeah, yeah. So I believe as PNM requested that if they were able to capitalize those costs, they would have had a depreciable life or they would have amortized it over 5 years, which I believe is where that 2 through 6 comes in. Um, and under that proposal versus the prepayments in rate base. So with the prepayments in rate base over 3 years, it's only going to be earning a return for 3 years. Versus if it was capitalized and depreciated over 5 years, it'd be 5 years of earning that interest expense. So therefore, there would be more of a return on accrued and paid for by customers um, over 5 years versus the prepayments 3 years. So that's why I think it's a good middle ground for customers and the company.
Okay. And is there testimony from either from PNM that shows you those actual costs and what they will be under your preferred methodology at this time?
I don't know that it's actuals, but I know in Ms. Gutierrez's rebuttal testimony, she does include an example, an illustrative cost comparison of the different methods. And that would be table RNG1 rebuttal.
Okay, and that provides you with a sufficient foundation to approach that reconciliation filing come the winter of 26, 27 and feel comfortable moving forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. That's the extent of the questions that I have for you, Mr. Molden. Thank you.
Thank you.
That has jogged a couple of questions from me. Hello, Mr. Malden. Thank you for being here, and sorry for mispronouncing your name once again earlier. I think I said Moldine.
No worries.
On page 12 of your direct, you have starting halfway through line 5, or identifies the costs or the costs PNM proposes to capitalize as a single direct cost line paid upfront in year 2 and again in year 5, with each payment covering multiple years of costs under the contract. Under this resolution, it sounds like where you're talking about 1/3 of the costs amortized for 3 years. Is that 1/3 for the year 2 costs, year 3, year 4, and then another set of 1/3 of year 5? Now I guess it's 6 and 7. I'm not sure how that works, and I guess that's where my question's coming from.
Yes, I believe that's how it would work. That's how I understand it. It'd be up until year 5 and then restart when that new prepayment is paid for by PNM.
Okay, so splitting that year 2 payment into thirds for each year, and then either splitting year 5 or handling year 5 a couple years from now. Do I have
Correct,
your,
yes.
or am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question on that, it sounds, well, let me just ask it directly. Would they earn a return, earn their WAC, WAAC, weighted average cost of capital? Would they return that, or would they earn that on those 1/3 payments? That's essentially capitalized, or are you saying it should not get that?
They would earn their WAC on the total balance that they prepay upfront in year 1. So it'd be the total balance that they earn the WAC, and then over that first year, when 1/3 of the payment is collected by customers, then that balance that's in rate base that is then earning the return would be reduced by 1/3. And then that would continue till year 3, where there's no longer a balance in rate base earning a return, and that prepayment is fully paid for by customers.
Okay, I think I understand that. I don't think I have any further questions for you, Mr. Malden.
That prompts one question for me, Hearing Examiner Rossi. Sorry, Mr. Molden. If the 2026 costs are incurred in 2026, and then they're recovered in 2027, with the WAC being applied, and the WAC is WACC. I think there was just a slight misstatement. We said WAAC. My understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, is the WAC would be applied to that year 2 amount for 365 days. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know whether those costs are all incurred on the first day of January 2026?
I do not know what the exact date that those costs will be incurred now.
If they were incurred on June 30th, 2026, would it be reasonable for PNM to earn a WAC on that amount for all 365 days of the year?
I don't think so. I think it would be perhaps more reasonable if it was I suppose normalized for the duration of time that they had incurred that expense, whether it was 6 months, 5 months, or 365 days.
Okay. I might confer with my co-hearing examiner once we take a break. But that's the extent of the questions that I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, do you have redirect based on the questions that the hearing examiners asked?
I do not.
Are there recross questions based on what the hearing examiners asked? Seeing none. Well, thank you, Mr. Malden. You are excused.
Thank you.
Staff, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'd like to call staff witness Mark Tupler to the stand.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. I admitted him, so
Okay.
sorry.
Very good.
Raise your right hand, please, and I'll put you under oath. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tupler. How are you doing?
Hi, very well, thank you.
Good. Do you have a copy of your direct testimony that you filed in this case, known as Staff Exhibit number 2?
I do.
Would you take a moment to look through it and make sure it's the complete and accurate copy of the testimony that you filed on July 17th, 2026?
Okay, certainly. I've reviewed it this morning before the hearing, and everything looks appropriate.
Perfect, thanks. Do you have any so you don't have any corrections to this direct testimony?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you were asked today at this hearing the same questions in your direct testimony, would you answer those questions the same?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of Mr. Tupler's direct testimony to be admitted into evidence as Staff Exhibit number 2.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, Staff Exhibit number 2, direct testimony of Mr. Tupler is admitted.
Thank you. I now offer up Mr. Tupler for cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Tupler. I do believe Mr. Herman may have questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gender. I do not have any questions, but I will thank Mr. Tupler for his attendance and testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
With that, I think we are to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner Getko.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. I have a couple questions for Mr. Tupler. Good afternoon, Mr. Tupler.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you as well.
I'm going to refer you to page 23 of your direct testimony. And specifically lines 2 through 5.
Okay, 23. Two through 5, yes.
And there you testify to that PNM's most recent energy efficiency plan was filed on April 16th, 2026, prior to AMI deployment, and contained no new programs. Do you see that there? And is
Yes,
that
sir,
an
I do.
accurate reflection?
Correct.
Did you hear the testimony earlier from Mr. Bobbitt regarding the inclusion of a referral to a possible pilot program in that energy efficiency plan filing?
So in the actual energy efficiency filing, you're saying, not what I heard on in testimony?
No, I'm referring to what Mr. Bobbitt, I hope I'm saying that correctly, testified to orally during the hearing this morning, that I recall that he testified that PNM in that filing referred to the possibility of a behavioral demand response pilot program, to summarize what I understood his testimony to be. Did you hear that testimony, and did you understand that similarly?
Yes, sir. I did hear that testimony, and I have the same interpretation you do.
With your knowledge that's reflected in your testimony with respect to that energy efficiency plan, and what you heard in testimony this morning, do you have an understanding of that it might be possible for the commission to approve a pilot program in the final order in that energy efficiency plan filing? do you think there's sufficient information for the commission to be able to do that?
In the recently filed energy efficiency case, I would say it wasn't presented, so there's nothing to approve there, I would say.
So if, as your testimony here on page 23 states, as such, new EE and DR programs would not be feasible until the next triennial plan. Do you think it's feasible to run a pilot program prior to 2030?
Well, as no program is going to be approved, I guess my answer here has to be no.
Okay. Um, Then I want to turn to lines 15 through 21 there on page 23.
15 through 21, I'm there.
And there you say staff notes that PNM currently has several existing EE and DR programs that could potentially be enhanced by the AMI process. You see that?
I do.
I understand that to align with Mr. Bobbitt's testimony this morning regarding the granular data that will be made available by AMI and that will enhance the ability of customers to use the EE and DR programs. Is that a fair understanding on my part?
Well, I would characterize it as it would allow customers to use the programs more and better, maybe, based on the feedback that they're getting from the AMI metrics that will show up ultimately. It'll have more customer engagement. I think those are the elements that might be improved utilizing AMI capabilities. So almost an enhancement, if you will, of the existing programs.
Okay. And then on this must be lines 20 and 21, you state that staff believes PNM is well positioned to fully leverage their EE and DR programs, further enhanced by the anticipated AMI development. The EE and DR programs that you referenced there, are those limited to the existing EE and DR programs that PNM has?
Yes, sir. In my testimony, as we just reviewed, that is what I am referring to as the existing approved functioning programs.
Okay. I thank you for your testimony. That's the extent of the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Tupler.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Gedko. I do not have any questions for you, Mr. Tepler. Therefore, Ms. Estrella Magnifico, do you have any redirect based on the Hearing Examiner questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
And is there any recross from any of the interveners? Hearing none. Thank you for being here, Mr. Tepler. You are excused.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing Examiner Gedko, how would you like to proceed now? Or I guess first, is there anything further from staff?
Nothing further from staff, Mr. Rossi.
Back to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes, Hearing Examiner Rossi. I would like to, if possible, Mr. Verhul, ask a question of Ms. Gutierrez based on what I came to understand from speaking with other witnesses. Would she be available for a very, very short questioning? Oh, I'm sorry, you're still on mute. I apologize.
If you give me a minute, sir, I will go find out.
Thank you.
Do we want to go off record for a couple minutes? That may be the best solution.
My only concern is that Mr. Verheul will come back to a empty Zoom app and not know where we've all gone.
I'll stay on. Let's go off record.
Okay.
Ms. Gutierrez will be with us shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Verheul. We went off record just so we don't have to keep typing, or Ms. Gonzalez doesn't have to keep typing what we say while we're not not moving forward.
That's why you're seeing some cameras off, Mr. Verheul.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us once again. We can go back on record. Thank you for joining us once again. And as a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Hearing examiner Gedko, you had a question or two.
Thank you for coming back, Ms. Gutierrez.
Of course.
I think I have a very basic question. Is the year 2 software as a service costs that you consider in your testimonies, can you tell me when those are incurred by PNM?
Yes, I don't have the exact timeline of when we pay those costs per the contract. However, I did just want to clarify, if those costs were incurred in June, maybe in the middle of the year, we would start with our prepaid expense and we'd begin amortizing at that time. So they would be amortized over those 6 months, which at the end of the year, the unamortized balance is what we would earn our WAC.
Okay, so to say that back to you, because you know it much better than me, is that the unamortized balance as of the end of 2026 is the amount on which PNM would earn the WAC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it would earn that. How do you apply the WAC temporally? That's the next piece that I don't understand then. I understand now, like, let's say there was $1 million invested in year 2, and at the end of, on December 31st, 2026, there was, and don't hold me to this being actual at all, there's $800,000. You're going to apply the WAC to the $800,000. Is there a temporal aspect to when it is applied for a duration of time, or is it a single point in time amount that then gets collected in 2027 grid modernization rider?
Sorry, it's at the point of time. So we would be filing our costs for as of the year end 2026, and that is when we would apply the WAC to rate base, whether it be capital or prepayments.
Okay, that answers the questions that I had for myself. Thank you for coming back. I don't know if Hearing Examiner Rossi has questions. I'll let it go there, but thank you from me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I do not have any further questions, so thank you so much for your flexibility in coming back. But first, I do need to ask, is there redirect from PNM on the hearing examiner questions?
There is no redirect on the hearing examiner questions, Mr. Rossi. Thank you. But I do have a request I hope you'll entertain. It's based on something Mr. Tupler said in his testimony or in his responding to questions from Mr. Gedko. And we can bring Mr. Tupler back, or I can bring my witness, Mr. Babe, back, whatever works best for everybody.
First, let's release this witness. And then I'll get to that one. Are there any recross questions for this witness? Hearing none. Thank you so much for coming back. You're released again.
Hearing examiner.
Yeah. So now for your questions, for whether you'd like to have Mr. Tupler recalled or call your own witness, I would say this is the rebuttal portion, and I think you can call which witness you'd like to ask the question for. If you wish to recall your own, I don't have an issue with that.
Mr. Friedman, I can't see Mr. Friedman, but do you know if Mr. Tupler is still online?
Let me inquire. I think he is.
Okay. I don't want to ask him a question for a document that he doesn't have handy.
So you'd like to pursue the direction of ask Mark Tupler that your question?
Again, I want to do this the most expedient way possible. We're now talking about an ongoing proceeding in another docket, and my belief is that Mr. Tupler may have misspoke with respect to something, and I want to simply correct the record to the extent possible.
He is present, so let me admit him. Hello, Mr. Tupler. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
First, let me remind you, you're still under oath. You've been recalled on a question by a PNM attorney. And if it's all right, and if you still have the ability to look this up, I'd like to give them the opportunity to clarify a question.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Verheel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Tupler. Nice to see you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner Gedko asked you a question about PNM's most recent triennial energy efficiency filing. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he asked you if PNM had proposed any form of behavioral demand response pilot in that proceeding. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you answered that, to your knowledge, PNM had not. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you happen to have, do you happen to have the testimony from that energy efficiency proceeding available to you?
I'm certain I can come up with it. If I'm not mistaken, it is the docket 26-74.
That sounds right to me. It's not my case, so I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
In a second, I'll confirm that. It is, yes, sir. It is 26-00-000-74.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at the direct testimony of Alex Reedon.
Mr. Verheel, I think, or I'll let you proceed a little bit longer. Sorry.
Yeah. If you're going to ask me to share my screen, I do not have that. I do not have this available. I was hoping Mr. Tupler was able to locate where I'm looking at, and we were able to agree on what it says.
Okay, so am I to search for the
No. Hold on. I'll
testimony?
give you an exact citation. On page 31, starting at line 15 of the direct testimony of Alex Reedon.
Okay, shall I navigate to that area?
Yes, sir. That would be helpful.
Okay, give me a second here. It'll be just a bit as I search for that particular testimony.
Can I get the spelling of that witness name, please?
Yes. First name Alex, Alex. Last name Reedon, Reedin.
You.
Okay, I'm looking for it now. Bear with me as I find Mr. Reedon's testimony. I believe I might have it here. Can I get the page number?
Yes.
And
Page
reference,
30.
please?
Yes, sir. Page 33. And I believe it's starting at line 15.
33 and at line 15.
Tell me when you're there.
So I show that line is blank. Is that right? Am I in the right area? The next section is on 16.
Sure. I'll go with that.
Okay.
16. Okay. I'm going to read you the question and you tell me if we're in the right place. Question is, does PNM plan to develop its demand response programs further within the 20 to 27 to 2029 triennium? Is that the question you're looking at?
It is not. I must be in the wrong spot then. So this is the actual page number in the testimony of page 33. Alexander Reedon's direct testimony.
Page 31.
Gotcha.
And I apologize if I misspoke earlier.
Okay. I think let's see. Yes, sir, I see it.
Okay. So I'm going to read that question again. Does PNM plan to develop its demand response programs further within the 2027-2029 triennium? Are we looking at the same thing?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. I'm going to read the answer. Well, could you read the answer or at least the first two sentences of it?
Sure. The answer starting on line 15 says, yes, PNM proposes to conduct a behavioral demand response pilot in 2028 and or 2029. The pilot would leverage PNM's investment in advanced meter infrastructure, AMI. Shall I continue?
No, I think
I'm going to
that should
object to
cover.
this line of questioning.
I'm sorry?
This is Keith Harmon with the Water Authority. I'm going to object to this line of questioning on hearsay grounds, and I think it would just, I believe this testimony has been admitted, and it might just be more proper to take administrative notice of it or cite the commission's records rather than go through this exercise today.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I respond to that?
Yes, please.
We went pretty far afield, respectfully, in the questioning about PNM's energy efficiency filing this year. And I believe Mr. Tupler may have misspoke when he indicated his opinion that PNM did not propose any form of energy efficiency pilot in that proceeding. And so it was my intent to correct the record here at the hearing where everyone could hear it, weigh in, whatnot, rather than do it via briefing. So I really only have one further question for the witness, if you'll allow it.
I'm going to overrule the objection as it is filed testimony in another matter. Is only being used for the purpose of impeachment at this time. At this time, I'm not admitting it, but I think if you're very nearly at the end of your questions, I think we can have the one or so more.
Thank you. Mr. Tupler, based on the question and answer that we just went through in the energy efficiency case, does that change the response you gave to Mr. Gedko previously that, to your knowledge, PNM had not proposed any form of energy efficiency pilot?
Okay, so there's a little bit of a word determination there. There was nothing presented as a potential pilot, but it does say that there is a that PNM proposes to develop the pilot, if I can answer it that way.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Tupler, and I appreciate your patience and coming back and indulging me. I have no further questions.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verheul. Based on that, is there redirect of Mr. Tupler from staff?
Yes, we have one question for you, Mr. Tupler. Did you review this energy efficiency testimony before offering testimony today?
I did when I was active on that particular case, but it's been a little while at least. But I have reviewed it in a prior responsibility.
Thank you. And did you testify to the best of your recollection today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Estrella Magnifico. And is there recross for this witness?
No, thank you,
none.
Mr.
Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Tupler. Thank you for coming back. Unless Mr. Getko, you had no. Okay. Thank you very much. You're released.
Thank you, sir.
I believe that concludes the evidentiary portion of our hearing. So let's move on to briefing. The standard timeframes, we have this is not an expedited transcript, if I recall correctly. So then I had the tab open, there it is. Standard briefs are due 20 days after the transcript is filed, and then response briefs would be 13 days after that. Does anyone have any questions, issues, thoughts on that? Do those standard timeframes work? Seeing all agreement. Hearing examiner, do you have a thought? Looks like you kind of do.
No, I was just thinking, and we had a discussion earlier and just paying close attention. Thank you.
In that case, I think the standard will work. The hearing examiner, Gedko, and I will confer and decide if we need to issue a briefing order on anything specific. And we may also have the actual calculated deadlines, or we may get it out sooner than the transcript is, so it may still say 13 or 20 and 13 days. We will confer on that and be on the lookout for a briefing order, but one's not definitely coming. We may just follow the standard time frame. Are there any other announcements?
I think it may benefit the parties that if we do decide to issue a briefing order, we would issue it at the latest one day after the transcript is published into the docket. That way, the parties have solidity as to how to proceed. Is that good by you, hearing examiner Rossi?
That it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything further we need to discuss? Seeing no hands. I want to thank you all for your participation here this morning or today. And thank you so much to our wonderful court reporter. Of course, you're why we're able to do what we're doing. So thank you so much. With that said, have a nice afternoon. We are adjourned. We can go off record. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good first hearing.